Hey, how's it going? I turned myself up a bit because I realized I was still using my settings for the Yeti, and that's why I was so super quiet during my last test. Hopefully this is a little better. I am completely maxed, so if I'm still quiet, then nothing I can do about it. And for those that missed my little test that I did the other day, I'm on my backup mic because my Blue Yeti has decided to just stop working. To be fair, it is 10 years old. And I think what it is like the actual the actual ports in the microphone itself are just getting shoddy and not... It's weird though, because it still has power, the light is on, the mute button works properly, but it won't make USB noises in any of my ports, even though every other USB device I have works fine in all the ports. And it won't show up anywhere in any of my device lists, so it has vanished. It has stopped working. So I ordered a new mic. I really want to play... Armored Core 6, but I don't want to do like a big proper playthrough like that on this mic. So instead, we are... Hold up. We are going to play more Pikmin hacks. I took a look at a bunch of hacks, and this is the only one I found that's, like, done. Also, is this the same song that was in Pikmin? I think this hack came out first, though. This was 2020 or 2021? This is a few years old now. Don't know how I feel about the music choices so far. I actually turned music down instead of sound effects for once because the, Yeah, like, listen to this. This is Diddy Kong Racing music, and it doesn't work in this sound font, in my opinion. Also, I am not going to click 2P Battle, because last time I did that, the game soft-locked, so... This is Mother 3 music, though. Which I appreciate. This is Mario Party. I don't remember which Mario Party. It's one of the N64 ones. It might be 2. I think this is 2. Because this music makes me think of, okay, wow, fucking Toad from Mario Party 2. It was definitely before Tumble. This is Kirby. So yeah, this game is definitely less about the memes that Pikmin was, and more, this is like a total remix of Pikmin 2. There's 252 treasures, I think, up from after rescuing. So, there's still some memes, like here's the default Gmod map. These aliens we sold our treasures to changed their mind on me. Our boss barged in and demanded that I pay them back 10,100 Pokos. I think they dumped many of the treasures back at that planet. You need to go back there and collect another 10,000 Pokos of treasure. Oh wait, our debt isn't 10,000 Pokos this time. Let's see, it's... I don't know why Louie has a big purple nose, but he does. 20,000? That's double what we needed last time. I also like how Louie's just static. No one asked to use ship. In fact, that reminds me. Louis told me about your dark secret. He told me all about the ravenous space bunny. It was just a cover-up story since you ate all the Pikmin carrots yourself. I'd fire you if I could afford to, but instead I'll make Louis your new superior. Well, anyway, it's time for you two to head off, so good luck out there. And now his hair is green. Is that Kerbal Space Program? Fucking mouse cursor. Wasteful Wild is where we're starting, apparently. That's concerning. But yeah, I still want to stream, but I don't want to do like a big story game, so we're doing this on the backup mic instead. I hope that is okay. Louie, you call that complete disaster piloting? Where did you learn to fly? Thanks to your flying skills, Olimar fell out of his cockpit. Who knows where he landed? Olimar was a much better pilot. He's never crash-landed. This region seems rather familiar. Have we explored here before? No, surely not. Dark bulb orb. Wait, are those yellow Pikmin? I just instinctively want to say Pikmin now. You know, we sure do have good luck with them being so close by. Louie, I'm sure you know to use your whistle so they join your side. What? Don't play games with me, Louie. You saw these same Pikmin on your last visit. I promise nothing bad will happen if you whistle them, okay? They just explode. I like some of the music choices a lot. See, I told you nothing bad would happen. Now you can use them to fight and do other menial work. You know, this is your first visit where we found yellow Pikmin before red Pikmin. I wonder where the red ones could be. Oh god, now we have to try and fight with yellows. It's so much harder to hit things with them because they fly so high up. There we go. So this is the second Pikmin hack in a row that I've played that used this song for this scene. Not exactly this song, but like a rendition of this Mario theme. Like specifically the one from Partners in Time. Actually, I think Pikmin straight up used that same song from Partners in Time, like it wasn't even remixed. Captain Louie, I just managed to reconnect to Olimar. He seems to be doing alright. Why do I have to call you Captain anyway? I miss back when Olimar was the captain. You fooled the president, but you aren't fooling me, if only he would listen to me. The ship knows. Olimar. I miss Scoob. Olimar, are you alright? Falling so far like that couldn't have felt good. Well, at least that conveniently placed paper bag broke your fall. Speaking of paper bags, there's a big one blocking you off from getting to us. You have to crush it with Pikmin so we can reunite. But first, I'm dealing with this thing now. Because trying to fight a Dweevil with only yellows is pain. Also, this Dweevil just puts out smoke that knocks Pikmin over but doesn't hurt them in any way. It also just knocks you over. Like, it doesn't actually do damage. But yeah, trying to deal with this Dweevil with only yellows when it's trying to steal your pellets is horrible, so I'm killing it. Killing it with Olimar. There we go. Also, don't put Dweevils on the surface. Stop that. Modders, quit that. Quit putting Dweevils on the surface. Olimar, it's the yellow onion. I sure hope it gives you a Pikmin seed like usual. Any second now. I played through this opening day 3 times while I was troubleshooting, trying to get this to work properly. So, as funny as it would be to react to that for the first time, I've already seen it a bunch. Okay, it did. Well, that's a relief. Wait, Olimar, what are you doing with your eyes? I thought that was Louie's thing. Well, it looks wrong when you do it, so please stop. Anyway, pluck that sprout and move on. He just put... Olimar over Louie's model and Louie over Olimar's model. Also, these Peliposes has way more health than they used to. They're so buff now. So actually, most of the music is fine, but I don't want to turn it back up. Because some of the music is less fine and is super loud. Olimar, the Pikmin carried a pellet to the onion and it sprouted a seed. What's that, Olimar? So what if you've been here twice already? This is very important info. Need 40 to go that way. That is a like purple Wollywog over there. Oh, that explains that. I missed a posy. It takes 5 to carry a Dweevil? Fuck off, really? I threw it too far? That's so weird. 5 minimum, 8 max for a Dweevil? What was that note? The incredibly off-key high note. Just completely at random. Oh, and this is just a Pikmin 2 song. Olimar, Captain Louie, you are reunited at last. This has been a troublesome start to our trip. You know, all this feels rather familiar. Didn't we have to reunite the same way last visit? Regardless, let's see what we can do now that we are all together again. Bulborbs are also 5 and 8. Okay, I like that. The Wistful Wild, like, wind instrument. The Gerudo Valley theme. Also, I see the screen tearing again. I don't know if I can do anything about that. Isn't a ton you can do on the opening day, so a lot of waiting. Oops. I hit like every single puddle. Pikmin that drank the yellow nectar have matured. Hold on, shouldn't it have become a flower Pikmin? This one is only a bud. Could the effects of nectar be weaker than usual? Very peculiar. Well, I got some flowers. Yeah, it takes 2 nectars now to go into flower, which is an interesting way of doing that. It's better than what Pikmin does. Where nectar is just, oh, where are you going, little guy? This is the 1,000-year door level up theme. Hold on, this looks like one of the items we collected on our last journey here. So what the president said is true, after all the treasures we scavenged here last time. Now we have to collect even more of them. Well, we have a lot of work to do then, don't we? We better get moving with our collecting. From what I read, this increases the difficulty of Pikmin 2 without being, like, Kaizo hard. Because there is a Pikmin 2 Kaizo hack, and it just looks silly. The shit that it expects from you. There's a big bulb orb over there. There's also... what was it called? Lands of Torture, I think? Which isn't finished, it's still being worked on, but it also looks, as the name would suggest, very CBT. The Grain Grenade. Sure enough, this is indeed the exact same conifer spire that we collected last time. Although it is the same item from last time, I've decided that to give it a new name. You don't need the that there. There's no end to my treasure naming skills. Well, anyways, it's about time we head off now, isn't it? I mean, if you want to stay here and deal with the nocturnal creatures, be my guest. They're floating. They're walking on air. Where's our army? Also. Oh, that is a lot of bulbors. God damn. So this screen should be working now, if I checked everything properly. It used to have a really long delay between each screen here, and it basically soft-locked on the male screen, but now it's all working fine. I think if I use these same settings on Pikmin, it'll help with that issue there as well. I see you found one of the treasures you'd collected last journey. Well done. Perhaps we really could somehow collect 20,000 Pokos. Good luck, Captain Louie. I miss... Wait, don't save. I fucked up. This is Mario Galaxy music. Again, in a horrible sound font. Oh. That doesn't sound good at all. This is Space Junk Galaxy. Dwarf painted Bulborb. On our last journey, I wrote about the creatures we saw from a biological perspective, but this time I'd rather write about them just based on some observations I'd made. This Bulborb is interesting, since I never saw it on our last journey. It has a purple and green color scheme. Quite a strange look, but where could it have been? It hasn't been more than a year since our last visit. Very peculiar indeed. There's another creature I never saw on my last visit. While I saw many small dweevils, I never saw one like this. It appears to release a chemical that... Oh, it kills a Pikmin's flower on the spot. If I remember correctly, I saw a blowhog that did something similar in the past. While it's the first weevil I've seen that can't directly harm our Pikmin, it's still quite troublesome. Going in with a small squad of Pikmin might be the best way to avoid disaster, or purples. Yup, it's a pellet posy. What is there to say about these things? The only thing worth mentioning is that for once I can see a yellow pellet on my journey before a red one. Of all the plants on this planet, there is still some of my least understood. What makes them change color based on the Pikmin nearby? Perhaps these are more closely related to the Pikmin species than I once thought. So I find myself returning to this planet once again with Olimar and Louie. This time I'll be taking the role of writing about our collected treasures. I was expecting Olimar to resist me on this, but he seems fine with having less work to do here. Our last journey really didn't allow me to express myself for who I really am. I may just be a machine, but I was sure programmed with a personality. Oh, right, I got all my buttons mixed up. I don't know if I'll be reading all of the entries this time around. Oh, alright. You don't have any guidance for us? Ship? We're just going. Alright, here we go. Just have at it. Fuck. I do like how he did dynamic music for all the stuff that happens. Oh, god damn it. They did that thing that I hate when they do. Is there any reason to go up here? Nope. So I want to try to, like... It's a lot harder. $70, alright, can't go that way yet. God, I'm a little scared of this Wollywog only having yellows to fight it with. And I think we have to fight it if we want to go on that bridge. There's no way around. So, let's dance. Can you come over here, please? Away from the water. Yep, it's doing what Wollywogs do, it just doesn't get weighed down. I only lost 3, that's fine. What is this? Just a weird texture in the ground. There are absolutely going to be deaths in this playthrough. So the enemies are reskinned, but I don't think they're, like, different at all. At least not yet. I don't like how everything is heavier, that kind of annoys me. Like, that's not something I enjoy in a lot of these hacks, is like, oh, let's just make everything super heavy. Take longer to transport. So are the days shorter in this hack? Because I feel like we've barely done anything and we're already halfway done the day. Hello, Wise, how are you? The days are shorter, yeah, they feel like it. But it's also Pikmin 2, so you don't have a hard time with it. My audio quality usually isn't this bad, but my Blue Yeti just decided to stop working, so... Currently using a backup mic until I get my new one in. We've done it! It still amazes me just how strong the Pikmin are. Why can't you two be such dedicated workers? You could really learn a thing or two. Punch the wall, Olimar. Get in there. Still don't have enough for that other... I keep using the C-stick to try and change the camera. I'm playing too much Pikmin 4. Blowhogs are green now. That's poison. That's a mushroom. Come here, Blowhog. Get away from the poison, please. That's fire. You seem to have more health now, too. Either that or yellows just suck at combat. There you go. Also, depending on how long this takes, I might also return to Pikmin and finish that as well. We'll see, though. We'll see how we feel. Oh, God. 1, 2... This one we can just swarm. Our first cave! Oh, let me get this tutorial message out of the... Holy shit! Is that a can of Red Bull? More Kirby music. Emergency! This Pikmin is going to die if you don't get that whistle moving! Yeah, I saw the trailer video spoiled a lot of the new treasures, and I actually had to skip ahead because I was like, quit it! Quit spoiling the new treasures! I get it! I get it, there's new treasures, but there's only like 50 new treasures, and you spoiled half of them. But then again, I've already forgotten most of them, so it's fine. Selective memory loss. I'm a little concerned that we're starting in the final area. Like, the old final area is now the start. That means it can only get worse from here. Overweight parasol. I don't recognize this jingle. I don't know what that's from. That is the best level design of any you've played. That's high praise. I haven't played that many well, I played exactly one. I played Pikmin. And that was an experience. I might try out Colossal Caverner at some point. That looks fun. And I'm interested in Power Cut. I don't think that one's done yet, though. That one's still being worked on, too. And I might give Kaizo a try one day, but no promises on finishing that one. Actually, it's kind of funny. My favorite sub-levels in Pikmin are, like, the really bullshit ones, just because they're super unique. Like, you have to play Pikmin in a very different way to deal with them. There was one sub-level that was just nothing but conveyor belts, and explosions and blowhogs, and no railings. And you had to take that level very slowly and carefully. And it was just very different for a Pikmin game. Gotta be super careful around bridges and GameCube Pikmin because your squad is kinda dumb. It likes to just walk into the water. Alright, I got 80 boys. Is this Gad's theme? Why, it's a cave! Just like ones we got to know all too well on our last journey. My sensors indicate that there hasn't been much activity down here in a long time. Well, if you're ready, we might as well jump in. Pikmin is super unique. I had a very good time with Pikmin. It's just a lot. Like, Super Metroid / East jingle. Pikmin is exhausting. Like, I had to take a break from it. Doing it all at once is, oof. Was that the Spirit Temple song? From Ocarina of Time? That's one of the Ocarina of Time Ocarina songs. Interesting, this game seems very dark and quiet. Well, you two know what to do. Grab those treasures and delve deeper. I know the song. What is this? Is this also Luki's Mansion? Wait, they make the Bulborb death noise when they're alerted. Is that the Glee Spinner up there? Yep, that's the GameCube thumbstick. Do I need to collect corpses? Circular pedestal. I like leaf spinner better. Because that was always like the most boring part of Pikmin 2 to me, was it's completely optional too, like you never had to, but with how high the debt is in this one, I don't know if Pick Hacker accounted for corpses or not. No need to collect corpses? Alright. All I needed to know. Orb of mystery. There's the noise. There's that lovely noise that you want to hear. That's gonna take a while to get used to. I keep waiting for the da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and it just doesn't hit. I get Metroid instead, which is fine. I like how fast this loading is. That's one thing I was upset that Pikmin 4 didn't have. The final sub-level jingle was very weak in 4. What is this? Mega Lotto state thing. This is just a lottery ticket. Oh yeah, orange pickles. Which, I believe they're exactly the same as the orange pickles in Pikmin. They're immune to explosions, and that's it. Louis, what are those candy pop buds? They seem to have an orange color. Recent data patterns obtained from past observations suggest we may get an orange Pikmin. Who knows? Let's take a look at what we get from it. Oh, these ball barbs are really slow. Can I collect this? No. That's just a level element, okay. I need to know. Okay. That's just an instant kill. Louis, look over there. Is that the SS Dolphin's whimsical radar? Actually, what is that doing here? I'd like if we could bring it back here for analysis, but that may be difficult. These pipes are firing blasts of energy that could kill a Pikmin. Oh, okay, well, you're a little late, game, but I appreciate the tutorial. If only there was a Pikmin that could stand explosive blasts like these. Rip Johnny. He died for science so the rest could live. I like how this just looks like a infinity quantum blast, just constantly going off. Wouldn't be Pikmin if there weren't background objects that look like treasure. Ah, you only get 5. You get 15 in Pikmin. We don't get a cutscene for them? Alright. I guess that would have to be like a custom thing that you can't really do. Oh, they have the green glow. Oh, they don't even have an icon down there. God, Louis has a voice now. I don't like it. So this is either our treasure gauge or our next area thing. Astounding! Oh wait, I forgot. These are nothing new. I just tried to forget about these after our last journey, as being near them ruins my paint. You two never realize how hard it is for me to navigate these cramped caves. Nothing. There's just nothing up there. Alright. I like the dominoes borders. Those are cute. They have like the dice at the edges. Whimsical radar. He's got nothing whimsical to say about it though. Great job using those new orange Pikmin to help get this radar back. Let's see what it has. Great, just like that, a new region to explore has opened up. We should visit it tomorrow. I will pull this radar, I will call this radar the positioning system. I can come up with names forever. I don't know, whimsical radar is a better name. I should let you know while we're here that while these orange Pikmin are great, there won't be space to hold them in the ship, sadly. Perhaps it is best that we stay within the caves we find them in. That they stay within the caves we find them in. So yeah, they're Bulbin. Does that mean Bulbin have been totally replaced? The Twilight Princess boss victory theme. We'll never forget Johnny's sacrifice. This is just a Pikmin remix. I feel like I should turn the music back up, but I don't know. I'm scared. Wind Waker. Is this Pokemon? This is a Pokemon song, but I can't remember which one. And it's bugging the hell out of me. We did it, boys. That wasn't so bad, now was it? Well, I hope you had fun. This is only the start of our many spelunking journeys. Well, I'm sure that it won't get too bad later on, right? Only thing that annoyed you is how short the days are. It's hard to get stuff done. Yeah, I don't like the short days. But it is fair because Pikmin 2 doesn't have a hard time limit. Like, there's no time pressure. It's just annoying. Yeah, it's just annoying, that's it. Alright, since we got a nice new radar map, I'd say that we're done for today. What's that? You still want to grow Pikmin? It's still so funny to me because this exact song for this exact scene is also in Pikmin. What's that? You still want to grow Pikmin and collect more treasures? Nonsense! Why would we waste valuable time on that? Come on, we're taking off now. Damn, bossy ship. We're still floating. I forgot that I have a mute button on this headset. Oh god! That's a Wollywog. That's 2 Wollywogs! Take off! Take off now! We gotta get the frick out of here. We're not equipped to deal with this. but he died. What was that noise? So, Louis, it seems things are going well over there. I hope Olimar and the ship are being cooperative. I know they can both be a pain. Thanks for working with them anyway. It's like the total opposite of how Pikmin 4 rewrote everything. That's cute. I like how they... I like how the map expanding theme is just the opening to the observatory theme. That was edited really well. The flooded fields. Okay, so we get new areas now. Dwarf silver bulborb. Oh. The only way to take them down is to throw Pikmin directly onto its back. Interesting. Instead of wilting their flowers, it now plants Pikmin straight into the ground. Oh, it's a Mamuta that can fly. At least the Pikmin it buries get an instant flower. What? Otherwise, this would be an even more troublesome creature. Also, I must say that the color scheme of this creature is quite pleasant looking. Perhaps they aren't so bad after all. Huh. Different. Are sheer grubs any different? These little pests do little to actually hurt Pikmin. Despite that, they can move around quite quickly and be a real pain to defeat. Not that there's even much to gain from killing them. Why do we even bother with these things again? That's the complete opposite of Pikmin, where it's super easy to lose your flowers in that game and super hard to get them back. Because nectar in that game... Basically, buds are the fastest speed in Pikmin, and flowers are the slowest. Flowers are slower than leaves. So, you have to avoid nectar in Pikmin because it slows you down and makes things harder. And of course, because of that, there's flowers goddamn everywhere. Or there's nectar and eggs everywhere, and you have to avoid them. You have to play hot potato with them, and it's awful. Noticeably be more agile and aggressive. Alright. You. This Wollywog appears to act a lot like the yellow ones from before. Despite the new color scheme, it also appears to have adapted an eyeball-like spot on the sides, possibly to confuse potential predators. They also appear quicker at hopping the yellow can. I noticed, so it's vital we keep control of our Pikmin group whenever they are near. I hate them. That's not Scarlet. We delved into a dark and quiet cave. We found something truly remarkable in it regardless. This flower has the ability to sprout orange Pikmin. These Pikmin can only survive underground, but their armored backs can protect them from explosions. These new Pikmin will be very helpful in fighting explosive foes. That is, if we're lucky enough to find these orange buds. I don't expect they will be all that common. Foxtail. Like I said, I'm not reading all these. An ancient hunter who can see distant enemies. What an eventful cave that was. I kinda just stream when I feel like it. There's no real rhyme or reason to it. And then especially if I can find a new frickin' job, then I'll have a more uniform schedule in the evenings. But for now, it's just kinda like noon until whenever. More Pokemon music. This is Gen 3. It doesn't have, like, the backing instruments, though, so it's not as strong. Oh, this is where this is where you get blue Pikmin, normally. This is the Awakening Wood. Oh, there's reds over there where the globe used to be. Pikmin also had a lot of Pokemon music. And a lot of Zelda music. Oh, I didn't even see that one. Dumples. Oh, they're fast! Got Speedy Boy Dumples. Only 2, huh? Tomato. Wait a minute, you can go up there now? Huh. There's no water here anymore. Oh, I'm never gonna hit this with yellows. Once again, let me get the tutorial cutscene for this out of the way early. Because it always irritates me when I'm in the middle of like a difficult late game fight and then I get that cutscene and it's like, oh fuck, right. Forgot about that. Oh, that's a cannon beetle! Oh Jesus. Okay. Oh, those boulders are fast. Mamuda, get back here. Oi! Everything is just fast now. I've noticed. Oh, shit. Let's try that again. Well, that's terrifying. I'd like to try and get these reds before that's a DK barrel. Those are berries that I very much want. hate Mamudas in this one. I mean, they were barely a thing in the vanilla game. So let's kind of see them. It's kind of cool to see them getting like actual use. There's just a DK barrel. That's a Dumple. That's a Dumple that's coming right for us! Oh, they leafify your Pikmin in this? Okay, I'm gonna leave like 10 of you there to get those. Reds! Oh, no cutscene for Reds. That looks a little silly, but it works. Whoa, unused cutscene, cool. I mean, Olimar, look, the red onion has awakened. Now we can use those red Pikmin to help explore further. A lot of cutscenes were fun. I don't like how close this is to the water. That's a little concerning. Interesting pellet posy positions. That's a pencil. No, guys, I need you to... No. Fuck. Eh. What? You're not a purple, what are you doing? Olimar, is that a red Pikmin? They seem stronger than before. Well, we should be able to fight better now, and get past fiery obstacles. A particular wall of fire we saw at the Wistful Wild comes to mind. Well, as always, this is just going to be a harvest day. Berries! Reds have always been OP. They're the only ones that actually do damage. This appears to be an ultra bitter berry. Yes, I remember them from our last journey. We better collect them for a bitter spray. Unfortunately, my onboard converters are not running at full capacity. You'll need to acquire 12 berries for a spray. Man, you only need 5 in Pikmin. I like how some things in Pikmin are CBT and then others are like, oh yeah, no, that's just better now. I have to go put some yellows away. Uh-oh, the onion has stopped producing seeds. Is that a bad thing? I forget. Oh yeah, that's normal. No apostrophe, isn't it? Because there's 100 Pikmin on the field, duh. I saw in Colossal Cavern you can have 200 Pikmin, and it lags the shit out of the game. 25, damn. Cancel. I don't remember what this was called in the original. Nintendo 64! Dual Edge Impaler. Goddamn, ship, calm down. Power cut is done? Oh. I couldn't find any, like, download information on it. It also didn't look super hard. Oh, only on the Discord? That would explain it. No! You idiots! Get all the berries! Stimpy, you idiot! I probably should have grabbed that DK barrel on the way back. I kind of forgot about it, truthfully. Oh, what are you idiots doing? Why is that a thing? No. What did I put you on first? Okay, fine. You help carry that, then. Oh, we're not gonna have enough time. These Pikmin are so slow. One thing I do miss about modern Pikmin is the Go Here button on the map. And your other captain being a little more useful. Like, they'll automatically pick sprouts when you're not controlling them, stuff like that. Like, I still think Pikmin 2 is king, but there's a lot of, like, little quality of life improvements that I do miss. Olimar, Captain Louie, the day is almost over. Don't worry, you know the drill. Just make sure you have all your Pikmin with you. Don't leave any behind. I took the liberty of telling you a bit earlier than I normally would. More warning never hurts. Once again, you idiots. Pick that up. I am going to try to get this beetle. No. Where you idiots taking that? Majority rule. Yeah, the trumpet is... You don't get the trumpet until you've beaten the game, and it's like, okay, cool, I don't need it anymore. That was a very questionable decision. Captain Louie, I've completed my research on the purple berries you discovered. Behold, the Ultra Bitter Spray! If I recall correctly, these are best for tough enemies. 1 bottle from 12 berries. Why 12? I don't think we're going to be able to get that Dumple. I guess collect this, because that'll be quick and easy enough. We will get as far as we can. pull these guys out just so we don't have to collect the sprouts. Yeah, we're not getting that dumble. That's way too slow. Probably get that beetle, though. I just heard it. What is that? Structure. Nintendo does that a lot, though. Where you do, like, some grandiose task or beat the game, and then it's like, here's this cool feature that you don't need anymore. It would have been really cool to have it, like, for the game. Oh god, they fire so fast now! Machine gun frickin' cannon wheel, Jesus. That was terrifying. I think that's just because during those night scenes, the enemies have an increased attack speed to make them more intimidating. But damned if it didn't work. So is it true that there are more treasures than just the ones we got last time? That's great! Surely these new treasures are what we need to in order to repay this massive debt. Also, I'm not a huge dog person, so, like, Ochi was cute and all, but I don't like how the entire game was designed around him. Gummed Dumble. With proper swarming tactics, they still aren't tough to take down, even if they are in groups. Dumples are still dumples. Flint beetles are still flint beetles. Moss Mamuda. Sitting still just a bit too long and is growing moss across its body. They don't want to raise flowers like ones we used to know, but rather try to remove the petals. Yeah, I'm doing a second playthrough of Pikmin 4 where I try not to use Ochi in combat too much. In the early game I still do, because you don't really have any other option. Oh, I'm going right back down here. We didn't get to explore too much. That's not where the ship is. I don't know where they're looking. Louie, for some reason I feel like I have to explain to you how the onions work. Just stand under the onion to call the red Pikmin out. You're welcome for the help. Oh god, they blink so fast now. I don't like that. A lot of people who are unfamiliar with Pikmin play mods before the base game. And the tutorial. That's funny. Because, like, for me, I can notice a lot of stuff that, just, like, at a glance, just isn't functioning the way it should be, and it's really funny to me. Oh. Okay, so that's poison, so I can't go that way. And that way was all water, so... Actually, I'm watching you, frog. No! Hold up. Hold up. The game has thrown down the gauntlet, I see. Die. I saw Quickman. That one seems silly. Oh, fire jets respawn on the surface. That's good to know. I like to run against that wall for some reason. Bulky barrel. What are you doing? Sometimes you just have the urge to run against a wall. It happens to everyone. I'm a little... Ah, the frickin' little jerk bags are eating my berries. I'm a little afraid of that billboard. I imagine we can't just swarm him like I'm used to. We don't have poiples yet. I want my full group. the hardest part of Pikmin for me? Okay, he wasted all of his time turning around, so that worked in our favor. You! Stop eating my flowers. Get down here. I can't hit him. Kill! Annihilate. That is all water. So we're not going that way. I'm trying to think, I don't know. Just adjusting to all the different stuff, I guess. Oh, it's a tiny version of the the globe. Why is it so small? This doesn't do anything for us. Can I reach this? Not like that. Oh, did he count for this? Yeah, we seem to be hitting an invisible wall. There were definitely a couple caves in Pikmin where they gave you, like, exactly enough. They gave you exactly enough to work with, and if you lost anything, you just couldn't get all the treasures on that floor. And there's one cave where you have to use the troll leaf Pikmin to fly across a gap. Where am I missing to, Pikmin? To fly across a gap to get a treasure, and it was just a whole-ass mechanic that I did not understand. So I skipped that treasure. Olimar, my onboard temperature readings are off the charts. I expect that we could see some high temperature and a lot of fire in this cave. Going in with just yellow Pikmin would be unwise. We may need some red Pikmin too. The Flaming Trench. Kirby. Man, I can't wait till we get the light bulb. That was another thing in Pikmin. A lot of the caves being super dark until you get the light bulb. Oh, hey, Baronit, how you doing? The Baronit had a pepper. This is like a very calm version of this song. I'm used to the Nightmare in Dreamland version of this song, which is a lot more upbeat. Louie, you dolt, what do you think you're doing bringing beasts to me? You know these aren't of any use. Well, now that I think about it, we really need every Poco we can get, don't we? Perhaps doing this isn't too bad of an idea after all. Hey man, food is food. Don't... Green Inferno. That sounds like a Luigi ability. from a Mario and Luigi game. Oh, they don't light on fire in the cutscene. Hazards would still affect your Pikmin during those transition cutscenes. They wouldn't actually die, but it was still funny. Magmore Caverns. Slash Ridley's Lair. There it is. Skitter leaves. Thankfully, these aren't the dangerous skitter leaves. They brought the dangerous skitter leaves back in Pikmin 4, and oh boy. When you're not paying attention, your squad can vanish very quickly. That's a fiery bauble axe. It seems a touch early for one of those, but it is the fire cave. That is a big ol' charging cable. Favorite thing in mods is seeing how Submerged Castle has changed. I don't want to know how Submerged Castle has changed. Hi. This is a pretty... We're getting a lot of, like, late-game treasures immediately. Metallic bobsled. It's a freaking DS charger. I'm sharing all the new treasures with my Discord. Well, I guess if there's no reason to fight any of this, I'm just not going to. Dimensional wormhole. Imagine if water wraith was in every cave and spawned immediately. That sounds horrible. I'm getting my ass kicked by hazards because I'm not paying attention. I always liked seeing the roots of trees underground in this game. I think the Snaggered hole probably has my favorite, just aesthetic, nonsensical sensor. Just in general. I like the birdhouse theme. There's that one sub-level in the Dream Den, and I think another cave has it too, where it's just... You're on a stump. It's like a very, like, medium, just one room that's full of water and just horrible enemies. And it has one of the best songs in the entire game. Oh, I love the toy box. Oh, I see, they just instantly heal. They just instantly regen any damage you do to them. Yeah, the toy box is great. I like the train sub-level. The little train station. When I was a kid, I would always just run around and throw Pikmin everywhere, all over, like, the edges of the tracks, and then I would have races with Olimar and Louie. It's also super weird in Pikmin because your reds are now the ones who dig, and your purples, they still have like the stunning effect, like they're still strong in combat, but they don't weigh 10 Pikmin anymore. Instead, yellows weigh 5 Pikmin. So those are your main carriers. Hey! It's Sagittarius / Libra. Or the essence of clairvoyance. But either way. Spirit of nature. Looks cool as hell. Yeah, like all the rolls were shifted around in Pikmin, and that was hard to get used to. Like, blue Pikmin are your fighters. They do the most damage, which is like the opposite of how it usually goes. And they are immune to the troll nectar. Fool's Diamond. Looks like quartz to me. It had a lot of changes. It remixed a lot of enemies. Like, Wollywogs in Pikmin will jump into the frickin' stratosphere. And they have Lucio's, oh, let's break it down line every time they jump. And they have an explosion when they land, but as far as I could tell, it's purely visual. Like, it didn't actually have an AoE or anything. They still only had their damage field underneath them when they squishy. And they were more just, like, really annoying to deal with, because you had to wait for them to land every time. And they jumped so fast that there was no way to really, like, weigh them down before they jumped. Okay, this one's not steel, so let me try my usual tactic. Oh, they wake up fast! I think these are orange bulb orbs. That's a GameCube memory card. The enemies are very fast in this game. Rectangular data glutton. This is a very low-res GameCube memory card. What is this song? It has like bits of the Mario Underground theme. Oh, it might be something from TTYD. Get out of here, Dweezils. I can't place what this is. How would I rank the 4 areas in base Pikmin 2? Awakening Wood is at the bottom. It's fine, but also just very basic and boring. Followed by Perplexing Pool at 3rd. I like the aesthetic of the pool. I like the music there. It's my least favorite area to deal with, though. I love the Valley of Repose. Fucking Fireflower. I mean, if I'm having a stroke, help. As you can probably tell from my username, I like ice. I like winter. So the Valley of Repose is very, very good for me. Very disappointed there's no winter area in Pikmin 4. I love the music there, I love the caves are very good. And then Wistful Wild is the best. It is a very satisfying endgame. It has the best music, the caves are fantastic. I like how the game isn't afraid to just spawn a Groink on the surface and have it walk right into your camp. Like, Pikmin 3 had its moments, and Pikmin 4 is just baby mode all the way through. Pikmin 4's endgame was very disappointing, it was so easy. But yeah, I feel like the Wistful Wild is just an incredibly satisfying way to end a game like this. Oop, good camera. The Dream Den especially was a very good cave. This is either going to be a Snaggart or a Beatty. I'm afraid. Oh, Snaggart. Oh, nice! The Partners in Time boss thing. Underrated, honestly. It's like a naked snake. Oh fuck! More than one! Dream Team has my favorite boss music in this series, but this one's underrated, honestly. Kill up a frickin' burrow! Yes! Alright, lost a few reds, that's fine. Oh, he's not getting stuck. Get stuck. In Pikmin, these guys are CDI Link from the CDI Zelda games. And then the Paleted Snaggart is the king from CDI Zelda. Partners in Time was a very good game. Louie, you've defeated those Snaggarts. I knew they wouldn't be too threatening. Wait, what is this item? I don't recognize it. It's a fire hat. Or a firefighter hat. I love the final boss theme in Partners in Time. I think Baz's Inside Story still has my favorite final boss theme in the series, but the Partners in Time one is just so good. Bowser's Inside Story is still my favorite in the series. Dream Team is also fantastic. Paper Jam was just okay. I didn't love it. The unstable pool. Well, we may have left the flare guard from our last journey behind. This one appears to have the same use. Yes, I have completed the burn heal. Once again, your suits are immune to the effects of fire. If only we had this before going through this whole fiery cave. Louie's like, yeah. Yeah, I know. Took more than a few fire blasts to the face. The boss theme in Pikmin is a fusion of like 5 different songs, including Megalovania, and it's just a big old mess, and I love it. It's very chaotic. Oh, hey. The bobsled's name doesn't show up in the list. Oh, I didn't screenshot the Scorched Perennial. I don't think. Yeah, no, I forgot about that. That's the Banjo-Kazooie opening a note door. I can't do anything else in this area, so I guess we're just harvesting now. Get some of those reds that we lost back. Wish there were more Banjo games. I think at some point soon-ish TM I might stream Grunty's Revenge, because Dane and I were talking about it earlier. And like, the game isn't amazing, but it's also not bad. I remember really enjoying it. I also found... I went digging for one of my Yokai Watch screenshots from years ago, and I found a little conversation we had about Tui. About how it's really cool that, like, you know, you have all of your moves from the first game and they're upgraded. And I'm like, yeah, it's just a shame that it's Tui, though, because... I didn't lose any, yellows while we were down there, just reds. Like, 2E is such a huge improvement over the first game, but I hate the world design. Like, the first 4 worlds are fine, and then once you get to Pterodactyl Land onward, I just hate that game. And I streamed 2E just a few months ago, and yep, I still really don't like the whole, like, second half of that game. It's kind of awful. What is that? What is that shadow? Oh, little hog. They're blue now. Oh, what does our item screen look like? Same as always, alright. All the Pokemon music just makes me want to play Pokemon. again, like, gameplay-wise, it was a huge improvement. I just hated the worlds so much. And you can't even be like, oh, I just won't do 100%. You kinda have to, because there's 90 jiggies in total, and you need 70 to reach the final boss. Barry? Okay, I guess we can't have this one. Never mind. It's like you're only allowed to miss 20 jiggies. Which doesn't give you a whole lot of options for, like, which ones do you want to not go for. Can this berry boy make it back? Why do these shearcrabs always respawn? They're just always here waiting for us. How many reds do I have in storage? Come on, berry boy. You can do it. Look at him go. Yeah. It defaults to no. They respawn in hopes they'll not pay attention so they can eat a bunch of Pikmin carrying treasure. They're females, though. They don't have mandibles. Oh god, hello. That bulb orb spawned in my spaceship. Oh, the DK barrel also doesn't have its name. Alright, I have 100 reds, that's plenty. Who all did we lose? That's 11. Meh. Oh, Olimar, so I've heard that you went back to that planet for the 3rd time. Well, you better not leave as long as last time. I'll be waiting here. Vinny completely forgot that Olimar has a wife and children. He heard that in Pikmin 4 and he just went, Olimar fucks? That said, in Pikmin 4, there's the really big female sheargrubs that can absolutely murder your Pikmin by squishing them. This gray and white bulb orb is one that I never saw last time. It seems stronger than bulb orbs I've seen before. The color scheme is new, but it's still mostly just a variation of the red bulb orb. I haven't seen any reds. Something is a bit odd about the enemies I'm seeing this time. Gaining a poison resistance. Consuming white Pikmin will do little harm to it. Zombified bulb orb might never have to fight an actual zombie creature anytime soon. This big guy didn't seem any different. He hasn't changed since my last visit. It breathes fire, but not much else. The main issue with blowhogs is don't fight them next to ledges. These are faster and more aggressive. While they're small and only attack one Pikmin at a time, it would be best to take out these creatures soon. One of the things I loved about Pikmin is that Skitter leaves had nitro. They were super fast. They just neumed around at the speed of frickin' light. It was hilarious. They would be a much stronger enemy. Oh, just you wait. Just you wait till the third game, Olimar. I hate these little things. You're supposed to get them fixed the week before we left. For a robot, it's rather lazy. Burrowing Snarrow. After talking all about Burrowing Snarrow in my logs from the past, I finally get to see one in person. Like I wrote before, it resembles the Burrowing Snagger, but with white scales instead of blue. Like many of the creatures I've seen this time, it is quite a bit stronger as well. Whisker Pillar shouldn't exist. I'll have to get Olimar to test this hypothesis. It's just a plain old shiny rock. This slide's 2 metal handles. It can make a great ride down a snowy mountain. Just remember to grab on tight, that is if you have arms. It's just a charging cable. I love that. This item itself can make a good swimming pool when turned upside down. However, it has nothing to support it. The whole thing is just waiting to tip over. Something about GPV. This is Wario's data. You could easily trap something or someone in there without any chance of escape. I can't really think of anything I would put in here. No way, no one on this trip should go in there. Nope. Alright, well that's everything we can do there, so back to the Wistful Wild. Actually, I'm gonna leave you with, this song because it's not as annoying as, that grating map theme. Break time! Be right back. And I'm back. So yeah, back into the wistful wild. God, I can't get over how fast these load screens are. So I think I'll do the same composition. It's also kind of crazy how long they're making us go without purples. Instead of purples being the first thing that you get. Like, you have to wait a little bit in Pikmin, but they're the third. I don't want to fight you. Oh god, that one's back already. Randomizer mod that wouldn't stop crashing. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, Burrownits really hurt our captains, I'm noticing. This is much easier with reds. That way. Ah, I see. He put a little, like, one-way block to stop us from going that way. Actually, I think I only want to fight these silver ones with reds. I need Pikmin that can actually do damage. I also missed the... ooh, don't you dare! That red Pikmin almost woke it up. Alright, 2 losses, that's not terrible. I missed the butt boards from Pikmin. Can I just swarm you? Okay, I can still just swarm you. Any hazard is instant death in that? Oh wow. Okay, if you don't see it, it doesn't exist, so I'm just gonna not deal with those Wollywogs. That's the rule in Pikmin. If it's off screen, it doesn't exist. I love the bike borbs. They were terrifying, but... I see we have made it to the farthest ends of the Wistful Wilds. Nicely done, men! I wonder what we can find in this cave. It appears to be mostly metallic. Strange, my scans show we may find something quite remarkable in this very cave. Well, it has to be whites, because we need them to progress. 2 areas. There's nothing else up here. Oh man, it's a shame to leave all these corpses behind, but... I am not fighting that Wollywog. They're almost there. I did like how 4 had purple and white onions. I just didn't like how much of a pain in the ass they were to get. Also, the ice onion comes way too late, I feel. Unless you beeline straight to it, I guess that's always an option. Energizing silo. It's just fucking Duracell. The company, the brand. Oh, electricity. Ivory metalwork. So maybe I do want to... Well, who do I have with me currently? Yeah, 22, that's probably not going to cut it. Yeah, the Olimar mode was cool. I was kind of hoping it would just be, like, literally just Pikmin 1 remade. But no, it's just the areas in 4 remixed for Olimar, which makes more sense. Oh, he tried! Unless that was just him landing on the bridge from when we first passed him, that's probably it. I don't like how far the ship is. I get that it's a nod to the first game, but it's still annoying. I'm still gonna bring some reds, because there are combat Pikmin. In fact, let me do like 60-40. You never really need that many yellows for anything. off my bridge. Oh yeah, I just the other day did a video on YouTube of me with the max handicap in Dandori Battle, Ultra Spicy, and the AI having Super Sweet, or whatever the highest, like, buff was, on all 6 maps, and I still demolished them. One of the matches was pretty close, but for the most part I kinda walked all over Louis. I'm like, you have 50 Pikmin, I have 1. Come on, man. What are you doing? I saw someone is holding Pikmin 4 esports, and I'm like, yo, I want to play that. Hi, Frantic Factory. Actually, speaking of banjo games, DK64, kind of underrated. People's, like, complaints about the game are 100% valid. Like, I get it, but also I think that game is fantastic. I would even say better than 2 in a lot of ways. Oh yeah, Pikmin 1 is definitely rough, especially if you, like, played the OG game, which is super jank. I had the Wii version of Pikmin 1, so I could, you know, aim with a Wii remote, which was nice. And they got rid of the thing where if you whistle your, this is the massage girdle, I think? If you whistled at your, yellow Pikmin while they were holding bombs, they would drop the bombs and blow up. They fixed that. It doesn't happen anymore. As well as a bunch of other little glitches from the N64 game. I love DK64. There's a mod that lets you just swap Kongs on the fly instead of having to go back to the barrel, and that makes the game infinitely more enjoyable. So if you ever want to replay the game and you're just, like, not sure, 6-sided tire, but you're not sure because you don't want to deal with its mechanics again, play that mod. Find the Kong swap mod. It is very good. Also, randomizer for DK64 is really fun, because there's just so much in that game. There are very good DK64. There's a lot of, like, speedrun mods for DK64 that you can just turn on without, like, actually speedrunning the game. This is another song that I know, but I can't place. This isn't GoldenEye, is it? This is the Crystal Tear. Droplet of Sapphire. That's pretty cool. I like that name. Okay, this is not Pikmin 4. Electricity is an instant kill, so we gotta respect the Beatles. That is a lot of Beatles. Reds, you stay with Louis. Oh! This is Mad Monster Manor for Banjo-Kazooie. This is like the, specifically the, sorry, smacking my mic. I'm not used to it being next to my face. This is the church, when you're inside the church. It's like the slow manor theme. I had the console right, just not the game. feel like there's a GoldenEye song that also sounds a lot like this, though. I have, like, a weirdly photographic memory when it comes to video game music. Like, I'll hear a song and then just never forget it. I just need to hear, like, the opening notes, and it's like, oh yeah, I know this song. I remember when I was a kid, one of my brother's friends sent him a song, and he was like, you know, like, oh, he'll never know what this is. And it was a Storm Eagles theme for Mega Man X. I heard, like, the first 3 notes and went, oh yeah, that's what this is. And he just goes, alright. He says it to his friend. He's like, oh damn, how'd you know? And he's like, I didn't. My brother's here. He knew. He's like, how did you know that immediately? I'm like, I love Mega Man X. Where are you guys going? Let's try that again. Let me try just doing 35. Yeah, rip Larry. He tried, he couldn't get over the ledge. I feel like if I didn't whistle, though, every single one of them would have went over. Because that's what it looked like was about to happen. Speaking of Rareware N64 games, you know what I haven't played in many, many years? Frickin' Jet Force Gemini. Towering satellite. That's it. I wouldn't be opposed to a Jet Force stream one day. I like that game. I've never beaten that game because the whole final sequence is impossible, as far as I'm concerned. Which is a shame, but the rest of the game I like. Oh, is this the observatory theme? It is, Is this just the rest music? Well, here's our ivory buds. You've never played Dread Force? I mean, honestly, it's not for everyone. I don't know if it was ever re-released on, like, 360. If it was, play that version, because the main issue with Jet Force is the control scheme. A third-person shooter on the N64... It's a little rough. Like, I have so much nostalgia for the game, I can tolerate the jank. But in this day and age, like, if you didn't grow up with it, it's probably going to be hard to adjust to. My boys! I love white Pikmin, they're my favorite. It's kind of weird having the Earthbound shop music. It's a white Pikmin, they are just as small as quick as ever. Now we have 3 Pikmin types, but still no purple Pikmin. Anyway, we should be able to explore further at the flooded fields now. Returning to Majora's Mask made you wonder how your time management was somehow better as a kid. Majora's Mask is one of the games that made me appreciate time management. Like Majora's Mask, Pikmin, Like, I loved Mario as much as the next kid, but, like, I grew up on RPGs, and I don't know, I was a very patient child, so stuff like Majora's Mask I just loved. Just like the impending, you know, most people get anxiety when it's like, oh no, here comes the moon, I'm running out of time. I loved that shit. This is another... This is a perplexing pool treasure, I think. I see the white Pikmin are still able to see treasures that are buried underground. It'll be helpful to raise as many white Pikmin as we can. Majora's Mask is one of my favorite Zelda games. I absolutely adore that game. Next to Twilight Princess. And then for 2D Zeldas, I really like Link's Awakening and A Link Between Worlds. A Link to the Past used to be my favorite 2D Zelda, and then I played the randomizer, and then I kind of just realized that I hate all the dungeons in A Link to the Past. And it kind of ruined the game casually for me. Like the vanilla game. I used to hate Majora's Mask 3D, but I recently replayed it, and honestly, it's fine. I like a lot of the quality of life improvements. I like being able to choose exactly where you go when you use the Song of Double Time. Like, the boss fights are terrible, but they were already terrible in the original game, so nothing really changed there. They just have gimmicks now, which, whatever. I got over that. I don't mind... I didn't like the original save mechanics. Simply because if your power went out, or you, like, bumped the system and it hard-locked, you just... There you go, you lost several hours of progress. Have fun. Speaking of Twilight Princess, here's, Lake Hylia. No, the forest. This is Faron Forest. Oh, I don't like the positioning on this burrow knit. Can you come all the way over here? Alright. I don't like the Oracle games. I tried. Seasons is okay. Seasons I can at least tolerate. Oh, we got purple blowhogs. That's probably poison. I see you, creeping chrysanthemum. Oh god, creepy chrysanthemum, we don't have purples. Yeah, Seasons I can tolerate, but I still don't love it. Ages, I just despise that game. The dungeons are bad, the puzzles are bad, the items are annoying. The music is horrible. There's one dungeon in Oracle of Ages that's just this, like, horrible grating noise constantly. It's so irritating. And speaking of Majora's Mask, there's the Deku Mask. And there was, what was it, the Magnet Claws that just made that horrible sound constantly. Like, Capcom did their best, but... Alright, kill. Kill faster. And then Minish Cap I mostly enjoy. I don't like the music of Minish Cap, though. Again, Capcom just didn't do a great job with the sound chip for the GBA. The bass lines in Minish Cap are very loud and annoying. And they give me a headache. Majora's Mask, I just remember losing tons of progress to, like, power outages and shit. It's not a common issue, but it's definitely happened, and every time I'm just like, yeah, let me play this on original hardware, and then something happens. Also, my current I don't think it's my carts. I think it's my actual N64. Either needs to be refurbished, or I need to get a new one, which, good luck. Good luck with that. Because, several of my games on N64 will just crash. Just at random, for no reason, they'll just stop. Cube of Fate. Not that I really play my OG N64 very often anymore, but... Oh, a Shearwig and a burr on it. Okay, that was almost very bad. Did you know that whenever a Shearwig decides to, devour your army at the speed of sound, that's actually a glitch? I didn't know that for years until I looked up the list of Pikmin glitches. Sometimes Shearwigs will just get a nitro boost and devour your army incredibly quickly. That's not actually intended behavior, that's a glitch. I don't know what causes it. When I was a kid, I was terrified of Shearwigs because that just always seemed to happen. Yeah, I also thought that they were just supposed to do that. No, that's a glitch. I was like, oh yeah, no, that's just what Shearwigs do. They're terrifying. Nope. Apparently not. Also, we still don't have a treasure gauge. I just realized. I like how the creeping chrysanthemums in Pikmin 4 have like a horror noise. After they pop out of the ground, the game goes like dun-dun! I love seeing people's reactions to that when they've never played. Toxic bird bath. When they've never played Pikmin and they've never encountered that enemy before. It's just, oh yeah, let me walk up to the flowers, and then you get freaking jump scared. Because remember, despite how cutesy it is, Pikmin is a horror series. You got the Smoky Prog and Emperor Balblex in the first game, you got the Water Wraith, the Titan Dweevil, and like PTSD war flashbacks from... Oh, hello. Oh. That was a mistake. Because, now we have to manually pluck all of this. Hang on. Let me try that again. And then there's mushroom versions of the creeping chrysanthemums in 4 as well. That's fun. As funny as it would be to manually pluck 100 Pikmin, Is this Toe Jam and Earl music? The only reason I recognize this is because Lythero used it in his latest Marvel vs. Capcom video. Never actually played a Toe Jam and Earl game. They're not really my thing. What are these 3 toxic geysers just stacked on top of one another? Some caves are a nightmare if you don't have the pluck-a-phone. I can see that, yeah. I like how the toxic spray doesn't hurt your captains, though. Actually, wait. Does it? Oh, fuck, hello. Test that later. God, it's so weird hearing Pikmin 2's sound font used for stuff like this. Sorry, nothing? Cool, cool. That's a treasure. That's a heart piece. That's what Danny has on her shirt. I like how they still have, like, the visual effect of the water blowhogs. So one thing I appreciate is that this mod isn't constantly dropping frogs on my head as I try to carry treasure back. I like that. Oh god, I wish I had purples right now. Good camera. It's partial affection. It is just a heart piece. They're super slow, though. Which is the one nice thing about... Like, yeah, you can only kill them from the top, but look how slow they are. So I never realized this, but apparently when Pikmin do that nah-ha-ha thing, that actually means there's still treasure on the floor. Like you haven't found it all. Orb of affection, despite how much I played Pikmin 2 throughout my life. Oh! There's some nail clippers. Like, I don't thank my useless brother for much, but... goddamn. That Christmas when he bought me Pikmin 2... Oof. You can actually still see the words "To David" from Richard etched into the box from how hard he pressed the pen into it. Slicing seesaw. Yeah, and now they do the Luigi's Mansion music. Meh, 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 meh. I never put two and two together. My whole life. Like, I just learned this, like, last week. Pikmin have different little noises they make depending on if there's treasure still on the floor or not. I never realized that. Boom. So normally the White Pikmin Cave boss is a Snagrit, but we already fought Snagrits. So what could this be? It's funny too, because like I don't even know why Richard bought. Well, this might be a beady. Like I don't even know why Richard bought Pikmin. Probably because I already owned all the first-party Mario games at the time. Like I already had Metroid Prime. I already had like Smash and all that. So he was like, "Oh well, this is the new hotness right now. So let me just pick that up. Maybe he'll like it." And I fucking loved it. Pikmin 2 is one of my favorite games. It'd be hilarious if a mod gave a water wraith boss before you had purples. I don't like this foreshadowing. No. Beady? Beady? Are you here? I see the spiderweb. Oh, do I need whites? Is there like a buried treasure that only... That's probably why the white flower was there. Okay, well the water wraith isn't here. So... Shit. Oh, there he is. Just in a weird spot. Alright. BD Task Force, go. Are you taller than usual? I can't tell. Oh, he is faster. Woo! That was close. Oh, I can't wait till we get to the boy. The man at legs. Oh, there's our treasure gauge. Found it! Level up! The beady Longlegs defeated. Well done, it seemed to be quite fast. I know that someday we will face this beast for the last time. Someday. Well, I suppose we should get to collecting this item and getting out of this place. No, Pikmin has a treasure gauge. It's Captain Toad. It's just him screaming constantly. Which, funny enough, isn't actually as annoying as it sounds. Like, it's kind of quiet. But it's just the constant sound of Captain Toad freaking out in the background. Director of Riches. This is indeed as I thought. The item finder is now fully operational. Now we can once again find treasures with ease. Oh, just look at how it appears in your helmet monitor. It's all circular and modern. Alright, we just had that one casualty from that weird pathing glitch that sent one of my boys flying off the ledge. Wait. We're a quarter of the way through the debt. The order you get stuff in Pikmin is really weird. All of the armor upgrades are in the third map area. So we can still do a little bit here. I kinda wanna hop back into that cave and see if the white flowers respawn, or if it's like... Excuse me, vanilla Pikmin 2, where if you, Oh, there's a treasure here. In vanilla Pikmin 2, there was like an invisible limit where if you had too many whites or purples, then those early game candy pop buds just wouldn't spawn again. I think actually what I'll do... Wait, no, I need a Pikmin squad, never mind. I was gonna park Louie over there, but... Yeah, there's like an early game soft cap. Well, not even soft, it's a hard cap. The yellow and... or purple and white flowers just will stop spawning once you have Oh, I can't go this way. Well, they can swim that gap. Probably won't be able to get back out, though. Ooh, that's bad. Right next to the water. Alright, we're fine. We lived. I was just waiting for round 2. I haven't found any, spray yet, either. Like, the free globs that you get. Aw, yeah, everything here is just gone. Oi! Get over here. Also, there's the yield sign. Yeah, this might be a waste, but we don't have any of the covered cave holes yet, so I can just dash through each floor. Can also check these eggs for, yo, Louie, get over here. Help me punch this egg. For, spray drops. That didn't sound good. You good? Also, another thing I love about vanilla Pikmin 2 is that the floors are, like, somewhat randomized. There's only a few layouts they can have, but they can still... You get, like, different little layouts each time. And I always loved that. Eggs on this floor? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it looks like the randomization is still here a little bit. It's mostly, I feel like the zap nodes are also faster. Like, all it really does is it takes a few different, like, chunks and slaps them together, and there are some floors that can only have, like, so many. God, I love the observatory theme. Ah, yeah, see? You know, I bet if I didn't take that last flower... Unless he accounted for that and changed the values, but... In the vanilla game, I think it's 20. 20 whites, and then the flowers in the White Flower Garden don't spawn. So if you only take 15 and then go back in, you can still get them all and come out with a surplus, but... If I didn't take that last one on the last floor, I probably could have cheesed it a little bit. Maybe he accounted for that, who knows. Where am I going? I can't see anything, it's so dark. How many floors were there again? Like 6? I like how it asks you if you want to save in the original. In the Switch port, it just auto-saves every floor. Ah, the forest PNG taped across the back of the skybox. Pikmin doesn't have cutscenes for treasure collection, that's cool. I don't mind the cutscenes too much, but like, you know, when you've played the game 100 times and you're just wanting to get through it quick, they are annoying. Ah, see, even this flower didn't respawn, so yeah. There's no reason to come back in. Oh well. Now we know. We got $4 whole during that trip. To get in dangerous scenarios a split second before a cutscene. Reminds me of like a groink or a beetle. Just about to attack. And then a cutscene happens. Is there a buried treasure here? Oh, hold up. This isn't just a random texture. Oh, that Wollywog being right there. A little concerning. Oh, I can't do anything up there, though. There's just a bulb orb and some berries. Oh, speaking of berries, when... Has this always been here? Get some spicy spray before we leave. Berry. Come on, grow more berries. Come on. No, we're not gonna have enough time. Every time. That's so many frogs! I mean, it's only 3, but if I see more than 1 frog, I freak out. Oh no. I lost 2 reds. Olimar, I see you made good progress out there. Nice work. I'm sure Louie's doing most of the work, but you better be helping and not just sitting there. Damn, President became an ass between games. Frogs have always been dangerous. Frogs are terrifying across this whole series. Toxic blowhog. Classic beady long legs. Can never get away from it. Olimar and Louis explored deep in the wistful wild. In it, we found this large silo. It's full of some sort of strange drink that neither of them seemed willing to taste. Well, according to my scans, that may be for the best. The number of unknown substances in it is absurd. Who knows what drinking it could do to your body? Truly life-changing. It's only a quarter of what you need for true love. Where am I meant to get 3 more of these things? Okay, back into the fields. So I'm assuming blues are next. Purples are probably going to be last. Louis, fun fact, white Pikmin will stay inside my hull for whenever you need them. What's that? No, of course you didn't know that. You start appreciating me more. Let's go, boy. Ah, shit, the Dumble's back. Hold on. Oh, is everything back? Oh my god. Yellows, carry that. Beetle, please, don't knock my Pikmin into the poison wall. How long do you stay out? That long. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't appreciate this. Get over here. God, it's irritating too, because you need yellows to fight that thing. This is the kind of thing I don't like in hacks and stuff. Like, this isn't hard, it's just annoying. Just needlessly annoying. Can recruit my yellows at least. Alright, this one down. What do we got over here? Another bridge! I like that, actually, the bridge instead of the stupid lift puzzle. Also, was the grass here, like, way more green than it usually is? That's water. And this whole upper section. Oh, I got another cave. Yeah, it is more green. How peculiar. We're as far as we can get with these floods, yet here's a cave. I detect peculiar smells coming this hole. If only I knew what smelling things was like. Fire, lightning, poison. So everything that we've encountered so far. I'm actually gonna hold off from the cave. We'll do it like right as the day is ending. I wanna go up here. I can get that globe now too. Heck. I'm just waiting for there to be a snag root or something up here. Olimar, we found some sort of small semi-sphere. Strange. Seems smaller than I would expect. Hopefully it still has some helpful data. It also seems extraordinarily dense for its small size. I hope we can lift it. Oh no, is it still 101? 70. Okay. Perfect time for a water wraith. How do you deal with a water wraith on the surface? How does its pathing work? Oops, sorry. Smack the mic again. I normally have a blue yeti up on a boom arm hanging over to the side, so I'm not used to having a mic right next to my mouth. That's the fun part, you don't. Sounds like a good time. Oh. Hello, Skybox, how are you? We were never meant to be up here. Tomato. I want the tomato. Oh shit, tiny planet! Compacted encyclopedia, I like that. This item indeed has the data I need for us to gain access to a new region. Well done! We will have to check it out tomorrow. Hopefully we find a lot of new treasures. Get the tomato. I have exactly enough dudes. Please tell me you go around the bulb orb. Okay. Yeah! Oh, they made this so much harder to get. Like, not only do you need 12 now, but there's no spots where there's two plants next to each other. Powerful Potion. I like how in Pikmin 3 and 4, using Spicy Spray instantly flowered all of your picks. Punch. Alright, boys! Time to put you to work. Blue pellets? What could that mean? There's some kind of fabled blue Pikmin. Bring the whites to help with that tomato. Oh, it's right here. Wasn't this called, like, the Love Nugget, originally? Crimson Delicious. Depends on who you ask. I don't like raw tomato at all. Not a fan. I don't like tomato, period. It's just, ugh. I want those berries. You got a cave to do. The wooden fortress. Also, Balblack's Kingdom is the best song in all of Pikmin. Don't at me. Shy Guy's Toy Box! Da, da, God, every time I do Paper Mario Randomizer, Shy Guy's Toy Box is always a freaking trip. Oh, that's a big boy. Red bug? You okay there? There is a Paper Mario Randomizer, and it is incredibly fun. It's not in, Archipelago, though. That irritates me. I really want it to be in the Archipelago. So, like, Dane could play Ocarina of Time rando, and I could play, Paper Mario. Uh-oh, one of my dudes went over the edge. You do have to try that. If you want a demo, I have a bunch of clips from my Paper Mario Rando adventures you can check out. Look at him go. This bread bug is freaking the hell out. Also, I have a 5-minute clip of a moment that happened during my Sekiro randomizer. On my YouTube page, I changed the default video that people see when they go to my channel to one of my Sekiro rando streams. Please watch that. I changed it because if there's any one thing that I want people to watch on my channel, it's that stream. That stream was the most fun I've ever had streaming. It was a little insane. Oh. Hey, Toad. So yeah, this would have been the treasure gauge in Pikmin. The Captain Toad NFT. Thousand Year Door is one of my favorite games ever. Alright, kill him before he wakes up! Oh no, they all attacked the... They attacked the frickin' sheer grub that spawned instead of the bulb orb. Ah, they died like the moment that it died. What all did I lose? Only one white, that's fine. I can live with that. Hey you! Hey you, come over here. How did that white end up there? Oh, he didn't have anything in his hole anyway. Let's try this from a different angle. Oh, we're going this way. Okay, hold on. Did I clear this way? That was one thing in Pikmin, you could never leave your group alone. Because like a million new things would spawn while you're carrying treasure, and like you had to make triple sure you cleared the path ahead of time. Now this is a nutrient silo. Oh, that's so mean. Well, poor Toad. Oh, he really wants that bread bug. Also, where's the exit? Right down there. So yeah, this is just the toy train sub-level, but with a race car track instead. Luxury mud bath. I mean, hey, I'd try it. Did Nutella exist when Pikmin 2 came out? I don't think it did. That was cool. Cool take on that sub-level. One of the sub-levels in Pikmin was literally just Waluigi's pinball from Mario Kart DS. Oh, and here's the train track. Oh, this is Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. Nutella originated in 1964. Well, there you go. I didn't know that. Is that an eraser? Oh no, it's the box of matches. It's super tiny in this version. Why is it so small? The Flame of Tomorrow, it's so tiny. Cardboard sleeping bag. Oh. He's in the floor, that's why. They took the train track and they just put it in a grassy plain. Ball bears? I don't hear an adult. I don't see an adult. Okay, there's just baby ball bears here. Oh lord, he coming. Can they not be smushed? Or am I just missing? These bread bugs are so fast. Bread bugs in Pikmin are also hilarious because they're just bug. There is no bread, they are just bug. And the giant bread bug is not bug, it is just bread. It's just a giant walking loaf of bread with no other distinguishing features. This is a pretty good mix. This song and this sound fun. It fits. Naked bread bug. And then just bread. That's like half the reason I want to keep playing Pikmin, is just to see the enemy designs. I need to know what the Titan Weevil is. Like... And the raging long legs. Okay, no, they can be squished. I was just missing. Those are females. Okay, we're good. All of the actual threats have been dealt with. Heart. Forgotten offering. So far this has been a remix of the toy box. I wonder if the giant bread bug is going to be at the end of this. Oh, this is an endgame sub-level. How do we deal with this? Snapple. This isn't my first rodeo. Normally it's a groink up there. On his little sniper perch. And honestly, I think I prefer the cannon beetle, because at least the cannon beetle has no way of, like, defending itself at close range. The groink will totally just shoot its feet. Which is terrifying. The groinks in Pikmin shot, I don't remember what the groinks themselves were, or not the groinks, the cannon beetles. They fired Mike Wazowski's at you. Oh my god! Just land up there. I will say one thing Pikmin does really nicely is, the treasure gauge dinging isn't nearly as annoying. Snapple. Perfected dinner plate. Oh nice, I don't have to fight that last bulb. Oh, he's jiggling. Oh lord, he jiggling. Smack. that whole sub-level, I was like formulating a plan to deal with that bulb orb. We don't have to. This is a super dark floor. Okay, the observatory music brings me peace. Baldman? Baldman! They're ball bears now. What is this strange creature? It resembles the Bulbman from our last journey. These look more like spotty ball bears. I wonder if they act any different from the old ones. Companion cube. Any enemy that plays dead only to surprise attack while carrying it would be interesting. That sounds horrifying. Harmless tragedy. I mean, I'm assuming Bulbman don't... Wait. Oh, you only get 5? I'm assuming they don't follow you to the surface. Same as always. Candy Papa, I still can't get, blues, but... That made me jump. And suddenly, beetle. There we go! Ooh, can we still do the glitch? Yes! They fixed that in Pikmin and it upsets me. My tights! Fight back, man! We got one. Pikmin only takes 35 seconds for them to bloom into buds. And that's when you want to pluck them, because, again, flowers are bad in Pikmin. cool that Bulbmen are back. Oh, nice. The, casino music from... Oh, fucking hello! How about no? Fee. Intellectual philosopher. When I was little, I thought these were weird light bulbs. I think these are fuses. I was going to say this is the casino music from Mario 64 DS. And then I got jump scared by a bulber. Also, yeah, these electric nodes are faster than they used to be. Do your thing, Beetle, I'll wait. Miss, 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 miss. Red bug. Man, I played the crap out of the minigames in Mario 64 DS. And just Mario 64 DS in general. Like, I played a lot of that game when I was in high school. Oh, are you guys good? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of OG Mario 64. Like, going back to it, it hasn't aged super well. But I love the DS version. I know some people aren't into it because the camera's even more jank than the original. But I can forgive it. I love the extra characters, I love the extra, like, levels and stars, I like, the minigames. That game is just super good. Woo, woo. Heck, I pulled them off the wrong one. Also, this Nintendo Ace card, wasn't this a treasure in the vanilla game? And now it's just an asset? The Price is Right wheel. I think it was in the snagger hole, I want to say. What? Oh my god. We found a flash drive. Oh, I love this. The little card bridge. Data Stick Pro. Heck, a nice surfboard, I mean. Sure. This might be the thumbnail right here. I like that shot. I like that shot a lot. That's a good one. Aw, oh, damn it, I missed one of them. There we go. Wait, who am I missing? Oh, there's a red in there. I guess Tongs is busy today, he still hasn't showed up. I hear an anode beetle. Oh, it... Dolphin doesn't like the anode beetle effect. Kill. Sorry, antenna beetle. Anode are the electric ones. Get the hell out of here, Dweevil! Is that a chess piece? Oh yeah. It's the queen, I think. Raucous railgun. Okay, you know what? Fine, you can have it. just get out of our way. Go over there. Yeah, get out of here. I see you. Sherwig. One at a time, please. One or the other. Oh fuck! They can eat Pikmin on their bodies, I forgot about that. Oh, we're gonna lose a few here. Okay, like 3, that's not bad. Were they all reds? Yeah. This is why we have hundreds of reds. Oi! Oi! Where are you going? He didn't want our bugs. Every time a bucket spawns, you dread what's on top of it. Well, thankfully this one doesn't have anything. This Dweevil's just like... Pay attention to me! He's just living his best life. He's just a little guy. Oh, hey. I need that. So... Sorry to bully you, sir, but... Please relinquish your treasure, thank you. Also, die. Anything over here? Nope. I like how the caves in this are already longer than any cave from Pikmin 4. I want to say the chess pieces were either in the Frontier Cavern or somewhere in the Wistful Wild in vanilla modernized spacecraft. I don't remember for certain though. God, there's just something weird about the toy box tile set. In the... Oh, fuck! Alright, that one got me. In the, grassy fields map. It's so fascinating. I walked into a friggin' flower trap. Ah, here we go, giant bread bug. There he is. It's the mini boss music from Sunshine. Oh my god, Tiny Burger! Tiny Burger! Donut. Glazed tire swing. It's so low res. Eternal sustenance. Oops. No, I didn't want to open VLC. God, that sound. This was drone supplies, I think. Canned life support. Alright, big boy. Actually, boombox. I guess that's just a stereo. That's more of like a 90s stereo. Early 2000s. How odd, that large loaf left a loud alarm. Let's grab and see if it can be of use. I'm going to assume this is, whistle range up. Blaring amplifier. The amplification abilities of device are absurd. I may be able to work with it. It appears to be compatible with your whistles. Yes, the ping alarm is complete. Seems that this device has increased the acoustic range of your whistle. Yep. Whistle range. I think I would have preferred lightning defense, but we'll take what we can get. Also, I hope this mod doesn't make you wait 5 ever for the Metal Suit Z. Because in Pikmin, I still don't have the Metal Suit Z. I still haven't found it. I know where it is. There's only one cave left in the 3rd area, and it has to be there. But also in Pikmin, the knapsack actually heals you, so you don't really need the extra armor, because you have an infinite source of healing. Like, as long as you're careful, your captains will never die. We got nearly 3 grand down there. I lost 17 Pikmin, oof. That one was a bit messy. 40% of debt recovered! Let's get some berries while we're here. Let's do a last minute harvest. Ah, let's kill the Dumble. Come here, Dumble. Ow. Still can't go that way. I hate that that bulb orb is just right there. I need my full fighting force to really deal with it. Excuse me. Can we get these berries? I don't think so. I don't think there's enough time, but I will try. Oh, it's gonna be close. No, the reds aren't gonna make it. The whites might, though. Those freaking sharecrops. Every time. Yeah, if I put whites on all 5, they would have made it. Ooh. Why was it so off-key? Oh god. Help. Oh, this one isn't nitro speed. that one was normal. Oh, none of these are named on the list. Oh, I got a lot of yellows. I lost one whole red. Well, I lost a lot more of that, but we mostly recouped them. Still no blues. So, Louis, what if I told you I somehow managed to get a loan at all-devouring black hole loan sharks again? How did I manage to mess this up twice now? I do like how this is treated as a sequel to 2. Oh yeah, new area. I can't go anywhere in the other areas till we get blues, so I'm assuming blues are next. Mystical Beach. Spotty ball bear. It's back and stronger than ever. You better have a spray or some purple Pikmin handy. This time around it seems even more powerful than before. Its ability to come to life shortly after death is truly an anomaly. Once we defeat this beast, it's best to collect its corpse. It is corpse ASAP. Oh yeah, ball bears and Pikmin are also terrifying because they are super fast and very tanky. Ball bearmen. You only get 5 in these groups now, it kinda sucks. Although the mothers are strong, the children seem about the same. Perhaps they need more time to gain their new strength. The ball bear respawn timer is insane. That's not what I want to hear. Golden cannon beetle. Magnetic boulders that are attracted to our spacesuits. In non-metallic spacesuits, out of the event we should ever come back here, the boulders won't be an issue. Did he listen to me? No. My favorite thing about Dweevils is that if you use the knapsack, they will pick up your captains and carry them around. Frosted bread book. Look at him go. The noise. Tiny burger! Ancient wizards with the power to make food infinite lasting food. I know another planet near Hokote that could really use some of these wizards' fucking Kopai. Kopai are all vegetarians though. Being with all of them so much is starting to get to me. This fungus disguises itself as a friendly-looking mushroom, but prolonged exposure to it could cause some negative side effects to carbon-based life forms. Probably not something you want to be around. Wow, that's so mean. What Toad ever do to you? But it's just a simple box, you may think when you first see this rectangle, but intellect, that's not a rectangle. Like me, see more. This is no ordinary box, but a living thing. It looks like it would make a good companion for someone going on an adventure. It doesn't have a way to move on its own. It is own, so you would have to carry it with you everywhere you go. How sad, how Who would want something as useless as this by their side? Yeah, it's not even a gnome. The interior of this hemisphere contains a chip coated with yep. Some blue Pikmin would really come in handy right about now. Alright, I am going to play this and take one more break. Be right back. And I'm back. I like how the next recommended video on the side is the frickin' Final World map theme from Nocturne. So yeah, new area. the mystical beach. It's the perplexing pool. Oh, and just like in Pikmin, we're landing where we found the yellows. Lily Olimar, look, this region seems almost familiar. Nope, never seen it before. Well, that isn't so bad. Just pretend you're on a tropical beach vacation. A vacation with a bunch of creatures trying to eat you. Sounds fun. This is from Mario Kart, I think? Oh, hold on. Where are they? All the way up there. Where the submerged castle used to be. Oh wait, no. Oh, that's the shower room. So again, just like Pikmin, that's where blues were in that game as well, so alright. What was that? Also, dirigibugs on the surface, not cool. Stop shaking my Pikmin off and fall. That's a one-way trip. The Mario paint goo! Oh, thank goodness. Thank you for making that a two-way. We can't get over there like we can in Pikmin. I'm having to keep track of two different versions of the same map. Because this map is very different in Pikmin. Well, not very different, but different enough. Kiwi! There's still a treasure here? Ah, there is. Need yellows for that. Oh, let me not leave this group by the lonesome. Kiwi! Propaganda poster. It's cool seeing all the original treasures again, before they got, changed in the, Switch port. Oh, wait, that doesn't work. I have to do it like this. is this? Oh, it's like cookies. The digestive cookies. It's a whole lot of snitch bugs. Get out of here. Please. Just fall. Oh my god. Why are you so durable? A lot of dirigibugs. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, what do we need? That's a greater jelly float. I need poison Pikmin to get the blues, alright. Specialized satchel. Jelly float, please stay over there. I don't have the means to deal with you right now. To be very careful not to throw them all into the water. While they do that, we're gonna murder stuff. Where's that dirigibug? You, come here. Get on the ground! Don't care about the skitter leaves. That's a normal Wollywog, hello. Ooh! This is different. I have to puzzle my way into that cave. I can't do anything here without blues. You know, while we're waiting... What are we doing over here? I'm getting there! Slowly but surely. I think that's everyone. Yeah, all flowered up. Oh, hey. What are you guys doing here? Do I have any other stragglers? Hold on, let me look. No, I think it's just them. We don't have enough time to get all these to the blues, so I'm gonna give them to my reds instead. I'll have to do a blue harvest day at some point. Where are you guys going? Like, I like to leave corpses for the new Pikmin, but can't really do that here. I don't have that many whites, this door's gonna take a while to bring down. So reds are going to harvest berries. Oh, there's an electric game. Hang on. Better idea, let's knock that down now. While we have nothing else to do. I might not even reach the blues today. fact, I don't think we're gonna get very many of them. There we go. Yeah, beat the shit out of those tadpoles. Oh, this cutscene's going on for so long. Look there, are those blue Pikmin? Why, yes, they are. Quick, let's get them on our side, as it should make traversing this place easier. No shit. Ah, weird. Turning an enemy into stone didn't have a cutscene. Yeah. This spray is stronger than ever, but not as long-lasting. Why could that be? Why has everything just been so different lately? I don't know, this still lasts quite a while. Who will win? Nope, White's won. Right, Whites, I need you to just chill in this corner. Wah. Sure enough, these blue Pikmin remember us from before. Oh, now that we have them, it should be much easier to get around this area. Oh yes, in the the flooded fields, I'm sure that area is really opened up to us now. Now we just need purples. Why are these Wogpoles so buff? They have so much health? They were tanky and Pikmin as well. So once again, the shower room has been replaced by blue Pikmin. Yep, day's over. I had just enough time to get them. Oh, there's eggs in the water too. I'll try to get those. "20 whole flowers. There's so many water dumbles. Alright, so what do we got over here? Oh, that would have been nice. I mean, we might have time. I'll distract the jelly float. Oh, never mind. Where are you guys going? They're probably gonna go like all the way through the middle. Never mind. I got a greater jelly float instead of a bloister. I want to do scouting, but I can't really go anywhere because of these whites. See, that's one thing in this and in Pikmin. Because the shower room isn't there, there's no way to drain that whole pool. Like you can in vanilla. So you can only traverse that whole section with blues. The bobble axe. He's still sleeping. we could have taken those. Just one ball orb, a fiery blowhog, and a bobble axe. We'd be fine. Treasures are worth a lot in this. I got 27 whole blues. Okay, so my wife just found out that I'm in debt again. Let's just say you two really need to hurry up with this job, please. He managed to hide it from her for a week. Quite skilled at snooping in on Pikmin and catching them off guard. They swim so fast even blue Pikmin can't keep up. I just realized there's 4 caves in every area. So we got a lot more caves. Well, we got like 2 more caves than in vanilla. Blues! And I'm gonna bring out whites as well, just to carry stuff faster. Maybe I shouldn't have killed everything. Frick. He just went for it. I got all but one. That's fine. Holy shit, the jelly floats are so fast now. Get up! slow process. How are we gonna deal with that ball blacks? I might just freeze it. These blues aren't particularly strong. Unless you're playing Pikmin, in which case they're stronger than reds. Damn, Dumples are worth a lot. This may not take super long after all. Can't wait for Submerged Castle though. We'll get there. I don't want to fight the Wally Hop. Oh! Man down! Egg. I'm gonna hold on to those eggs. Get out of here, jelly float. Uh-oh. Oh, wow, you jump really high. Go, 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 go. Run! Flee! Uh-oh. Did my other group not make it? Shit. I don't think I can save you guys. Stop immediately shaking them off. Oh, there they go. We tried. Oh my god, you guys are so slow, come on. What's not as bad as in Pikmin? Citadel of Spiders isn't here anymore. Alright, you. Come here. Pollywog's so fucking much. Worst enemy in the series. Oh my god! Actually, no. Pikmin 4 has a new worst enemy in the series. Those stupid giant, like, crabs that stand up on two legs. I hate those things. Alright. Alright, you. God, they're so beefy. Too much health. Slurping away. Oh, they got a decent chunk of blues. Didn't get anything else done today, though. Probably would have been better to go to another area just for more creatures to kill, but eh. They're so slow. Hurry it up. What's going on here? Oh, you know what I could have done? Before this countdown, I could have just brought my reds down here and killed that thing. So then I wouldn't have to worry about the, not being able to get them out of there the next day. think of that. Nothing. No treasure. It should be 76, but unfortunately... Wait, 16? Oh yeah, because the Wallywog. Is it true that you lost your boss role to that Louis guy? He's such a creep. Don't tell him that, though. I don't want to be on his bad side. Alright. Going back. Actually, let me leave all of them over here, in case I need another color for something. Is everything back already? Yup. Well, not everything. Give me all that. Nom 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 nom. Got 3 bups here. That's the plan. I'm trying to do it as quick as I can, but shit's hard. You can't switch captains while plucking in this game, so I can't do it like that either. These like puzzle blocks, I hate them. Making me do puzzles? What the hell? Also, I'm in Pikmin and I still don't know why. Why is there a Glaceon in Pikmin? Vaporeon's also there, but that one makes more sense. That joke's a little more obvious. Army of blue boys. Pikmin is crazy. I kind of love it for it. It's just one big unhinged shitpost. Ah, shit. That's a little hard to manage when they're, smack. Ooh. Yes, please. And it was worth it. I got some spray out of it, too. Puzzle block. What did that do? $150? Okay, well, that's purples. Not going that way. Oh, that switch might have lowered, that cave. No? I don't know which switch is for that cave, then. Goo. Aqua colorizer. I kind of want to deal with the greater jelly float before everything respawns over there. So let's go do that. Yeah, no dumples, no wogpool, just me and you. And 100 blues. Stop shaking them off, you prick. Oh my god. Oh, it has so much health now. And blues don't do damage. For fuck's sake. Oh, it's the creepy doll. Ah, heck, I don't have Olimar here to do the glitch. Oh, you guys respawned already. No. Is what I say to that. Why are these so much harder to knock down now? Oh, hi, here's a... That's a cave. What's this? This cave is blocked off by a heap of underwater stone. I'm sure great rewards await us in this hole, that is, if we can get to them. There's another cave, like, right next to it. I could probably squeeze that cave in. Hello, Mario. Offensive punching bag. Water, fire... I almost said ice. That's not ice. Poison. Let's put all these boys away. Bring out 40 reds. 20 lights. And get over to Louis. I like how the caves in this don't take me several hours to get through. Because that's the main thing with Pikmin is, like, a single cave can take anywhere from 1 to 3 hours. They're so long. Oh, I could have been working on these while gathering the other Pikmin. Oh well. It's like, oh, the game only has 89 treasures, so maybe it's not that long. No, it's still that long. Okay, kill these bugs, please. Destroy them. These bugs are also mega annoying in Pikmin because they're super fast. You have a very narrow window to kill them when they fall down. Kill, murder, destroy bug. Kill that bug. God damn it! I'm not leaving till these bugs are dead. And they're not going to come back until the berries regrow. Oh, no, 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 no. Get the hell out of here. Mold. Alright, well, we killed one of them. Little shit. As soon as I turn away. There. Alright. Cave. Unlike Pikmin 4, you can still enter caves when the day is ending. I'm pretty sure you can enter a cave like as the 0 is coming up and the game doesn't care. Subterranean sands. Ooh. Oh, hell yeah! Zora's Domain? Oh, that's less exciting. Oh, they have different sizes now, too. Crawmads and Pikmin will launch incredibly far and fast. Yeah, these are just vanilla. These are fine. Bear! And not the scary bear like in Ender Lilies in my bear clip. Bear! Nom. Antique replica. Geometry looks a little funky there, but it's fine. Nice quick floor. What time are we at? 5:34. Yeah, this will be the last thing I do. I'll finish this cave and then I gotta dip. Gotta get to the store before they close, because they're not gonna be open tomorrow. Oh, this is the Emperor Ball Black's sub-level from the Hole of Heroes. Romantic gift. Destroy the water dumple. How'd you survive that? What is that noise? It's a frickin' Wallywog. I don't have purples either. So how about we just do this. Bye. I would simply rather not. Oh, that one I might have to fight though. Mushroom. Edible umbrella. Don't do it. Oh, hell yeah, that was the only treasure. I'm out of here. Screw you, frog. You get to live today. A lot of little tiny water pockets. It sounds like Secret of Mana music. Oh no. I know this song, but again, I can't place it right now. Oh, they take longer to land. What is the song? Like, I know it, but I just can't place what it's from right now. I probably have this song in my playlist too. Like from the game it's actually from. I just can't think of it right now. I don't have to fight that one, so I'm not going to. No! Fuck. They change color so quickly now. Cupid's grenade. Seed of Scarlet, alright. Damn, Scarlet, you got some potent seed. Oh, hairy bulborbs. Alright, Louie. I think we got some work to do. What was that? Oh geez, the other rock! God damn it. Oh wow, they don't take a whole lot of damage from themselves. Well, never mind. I guess it just depends on the angle. Wow, that curve. Where are you aiming? Oh, he's distracted. So this might be a terrible idea, but go! Would I lose? Why do I only have 2 yellows? Oh, because we didn't bring any yellows in here. I'm not fighting that one. Oh, they do regenerate. I was wondering about that. Does it kind of look like they were, but I wasn't sure. Lost a lot of flowers there. This is either a stick of gum or another piece of tech, I can't tell. This is still bugging the shit out of me, like I'm trying to think of what that song was. Surgery data disk. It is just gum. Plastic gum. Is this just cabbage? Watery bouquet, it is just cabbage. Or lettuce. Either or. I can't input while I'm not in the window. Looking through my music now to see if... Hello, SpongeBob's house, how are you? Oh god. Also, hello, Paper Mario music, how are you? Nutritious lodging. Man, imagine if SpongeBob House was just in Pikmin. Like, in the Nintendo game. It still has the ARF sound effect. ARF. Whatever that instrument is. ARF. Arf. That's a Bloister. Oh, I didn't mean to call them back to me. I was trying to get them off the frog. Like bread bugs are just kind of everywhere now. Oh, never mind. That's a blue bud. Speaking of blues, I think we need them here. Don't need these yellows. Oh god! I lost 6 there, oof. There's no reason to fight that frog either. Ah! Oh, these are so much easier to hit than in Pikmin. Where they're impossible to hit. He had the sardines in him. Steel mattress. Is this one of the EU treasures? Because I don't remember this one. This is a snagrid hole, some of them. Yo, it's fucking Duracell! And Dweebles. Portable energizer. Oh, excuse me. Alright, it begins. We got rocks and bombs falling from the heavens. So I hope you like this angle. Ah! Messed up the timing. Do I need to fight him? Yes, we do. I don't have that many reds either, so this is scary. There's the exit. I could just punch it to death. That's always an option. I think I will. Hey, Olimar. Ah! Just like the good old days, eh, Olimar? I mean, it's easier with the, fist, but we don't have the fist. Stop getting munched on, Olimar, goddamn. You're so bad at this. That's why Louie's the final boss. Easy. Sometimes you just gotta punch a Bulbork to death. That'll make the rules. Just enforce them. Go! Outpace the Dweevils! Oh, that one is right in the hallway. Yeah, you got this. Oh, hey Louie, go scouting. Is there anything down here? Nice. Love you too, game. Dr. Pepper? Valuable token. No, that's the whole sub-level. Alright. It's always mean when these hacks turn what's normally a rest floor into... Here's a bunch of enemies and hazards. Oh, this is ranging Bloister, alright. No, maybe not. Uh-oh. Well, that's concerning. If not ranging Bloister, then what? That's a lot of candy pop buds. I'm concerned. Egg. They wouldn't make you fight the Cropster this early, would they? That would just be silly. I'm gonna get my fighters back. One of them got stuck in that room. Alright, Olimar, take the reds, Louis, take everyone else. Hide back here? I have exactly 50 reds. What do we got? That's the Cropster, alright. Casual endgame boss. No big deal. Oi. Over here. Christ. Oh, you don't have any time at all. Wow, so much for having flowers. Fuck. So Olimar might go down. Jesus. I've never had this thing last this long. I don't want to be anywhere near that arm. Oh, he regens too, because of course he does. Oh, frick, too close. We need to get out of this, Oh, I felt that one. Oh, it's not a clean music loop. Oh, there's eggs falling from the ceiling, apparently. Got him. Well, we got the pluckaphone for our troubles, at least. Christ. I like to see Pikmin 4 do a boss fight like this. Well done, taking down such a strong creature in an arena like this. Perhaps I underestimate the abilities of you two. Oh yeah, I guess the Cropster's arena in the vanilla game is super tiny, isn't it? Better get on collecting this item, it seems to be useful. And you have purples for him. I lost 11 reds, yeah, it's not too bad. It could have been far worse. Louis like, holy shit. Olimar, you look like hell. Imagine if another one fell from the ceiling right after. I would cry. I would not be a happy boy. Summoning noisemaker. Interesting. This item, when combined with your whistle, could make a special noise. One with the ability to uproot Pikmin straight from the ground. You know, if we just kept our suits from before, we wouldn't have to find this thing twice. Well, the pluck megaphone... No, it's the pluckaphone. Will allow us to pluck with ease once again. Say it right, Chip. Alright, we survived. Olimar's alive. He's clinging on by a thread, but he's alive. Falls during the cutscene and kills everyone when he can't move. I have 11 grand. I lost 24 picks. Oh, this game is fun. I'm having a good time. Why did they land over there? What? Why are they so far? Hey, do those eggs respawn after a dungeon? Oh, they sure do. Yeah! Hook me up. I have so many sprays now. So what's over here? The same puzzle. Is that still just submerged castle? I still want to find that damn song. What game was that from? Slightly less submerged castle. I mean, you still can only get over there with blues. It's not Rabby Reeby, is it? I don't think so. No. It's not Shovel Knight. It's definitely not Sonic. It's definitely not Yakuza. This is gonna bug the hell out of me until I find out what that song is. No, I lost 1 red again. We have 100 blues. Oof. Still haven't found any more white flowers, and we still haven't found purples, period. Louise, you've gotten 10,000 Pokos. Well done. If this was our last trip, you'd be done. Sadly, it's only halfway this time. Don't worry, I'm sure there are still lots of Pokos left. They'll be extinct in only 118 more days. We keep losing 1 a day. Oh, I'm scared now. What's the final zone gonna be like? Yeah, hey Cropster. A little early for you. Not something to take lightly at all. It seems even stronger than this time. This time with Louie. Cyan Bulb Orb. Heavily resistant to purples. I don't like the sound of that. Can't imagine what happens to Pikmin and grabs. They get eaten, dude. What else? Oh man, just thinking about these things makes me sick. I can tell you firsthand that being ingested by one of these monsters is not a pleasant experience. But it'd be so slimy and squishy. I don't know, I like jelly floats, I think they're cute. Oh yeah, so apparently I've been saying lazuli wrong my entire life. I always said lazuli. It's lazuli. I was recharging my batteries in sleep mode. He painted on them. Really? Blue? Is that the best color you could have used? This is some sort of data storage unit. Strangely, all I can see in it with my scanners is some sugar and strange chemicals. Nothing electronic at all. Maybe it's not a storage device after all. Can never really be sure about the things I find here. This pure ball of leaves. This is clearly a steel sort of mattress. A mattress made of steel would make no sense for how uncomfortable it would be. It reminds me of Tech from TTYD. Punched for exercise. What a crude sense of humor. This must have been a clever creature with a lot of building knowledge. Too bad it's all gone now, and this is all that remains. Is he ready? Yeah, having the Plecophone is going to be very nice. Pretty early, too. Actually, wait. What do you have to say about the Dr. Pepper? An excellent tabletop. So I got 3 more caves there, 2 more here, 2 more here, and several above ground treasures. We can go everywhere now, though. Well, except for places that are covered by extremely heavy switches that I need purples for. But other than that, we can go everywhere. Actually, I guess the last area is Valley of Repose, isn't it? I like how Perplexing Pool didn't move, it's in the same spot. Actually, so is Awakening Wood, only Wistful Wild and Valley of Repose swapped spots. And the Awakening Wood flooded over. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me. I'm doing laundry tomorrow, because sister was busy today. So whenever I get home, I'll probably just do more Unite, because I've been itching to play that. And then Tuesday we'll do more of this. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, even though my mic sucks, until I get the Shure in, but for now I'm stuck with this. And yeah, that's all I got. So have a good night. I will see you when I see you. Stay fresh.